Good morning to each and every one of you. Hope you're all having a good start to your Sunday. Well, good thing my parents chose to set up the Christmas tree now, right before we came on the air. Better than later. Well, I guess early is better than later, I would say. All right, well, we got some business to take care of here today before we even get started with anything. Let's see if spink is even a word. It isn't. V. Could it be muggy? It is. Well, it's certainly not going to feel like that for quite a long time, in fact. I was so busy with stuff last night, I did not even that I didn't even edit this from last night. So I'm gonna take a moment and take care of this now. And then WAVA comes before that. And then the WOBO. No, that doesn't mean go back to the beginning. Well, now that I think about it, let's see what there's the winter weather advisory. That's the downgrade to the winter storm warning that was made earlier this morning. And then these were all the snowfall totals. So we'll zoom it in. So here are all the snowfall totals from this winter storm. So the highest was actually in the more northern parts of the state. Right here, see, Belvedere got like 11 inches. Mundelein got 10.3, 10.4 here. So somewhere around our area, we're looking at somewhere around 7 to 8. It looks like this filters it by all offices, not just ours. So we can scroll through each and every one of them until we find our office. Yeah, here we go. So 8.5 inches was measured at the forecast office. And then here's Forest Lake, which had a 10 inches. Let's see if anywhere around me had reports. So I see Midway Airport reported 7.2. So the only closest right now is the Romeoville office. So Yorkville reported 7.5. I suppose these are all in chronological order or by magnitude. I guess it doesn't matter. So then there's Naperville there. Yeah, here we go. Here's our town. 7.4 inches in our town. My town specifically. 7.4. Joliet got 8.1 in one spot and 8.3 in another. And there's some more reports there. And Mendota, 6.8. That's the last one, as the rest of them are by other offices. So those are the snowfall totals. So those were the totals from the winter storm. And that winter weather advisory is going to expire at 12 noon. So then after that, then all that's left to be done is, clear up all the snow from the roads, and which it looks like it has. It looks like the snowplow just came through and cleared up our road. Except now the only other thing to clear is our driveway. And bringing that trash can too. Yeah, that was a lot of snow that fell. So, with all the roads pretty much cleared, so at this point, yeah, I believe I will be able to attend that last class for the semester that I said that I've been talking about quite a lot last week. Yeah, I was so busy with all that. Yeah, I've been so busy with something last night, I did not even get a chance to put everything together. So it's just a matter of finishing that piece of business up and then go straight to bed. That was it. That was it. Just do that piece of business and then go straight to bed. End of story. And this one was when? 12:38. Yeah, KNX finally did their weekly, and they decided to do a second one today. But of course, that's because it's a new week.
And what we do time of the week.
Oh, 106, 110. I was up for WBZ, and then by the time WBZI went, I decided to leave it going for a little bit and then go straight to bed after that. So. And then in order from last night, KCBS, which my logger did not fully receive, KNX, and KWFN, then JUL from earlier. Wait, I thought I put it in just now. Okay, there we go. know a notification showed up at one point. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm going to zoom this in to get that notification off the screen. Perfect. And then wherever I went back on KCBS, I'm going to remove that.
This is only a test. This is a test.
One of them. Tips for putting up a is a TED coming up in just about 1 minute. Right now, though.
Okay. Then this is the beginning of it. Let me find where I went back on. And then it was. So it was after this one where I'm going to remove that. This is where I rewind. And it looks like after that, okay. I think that was the, yeah, I believe that was the only error that was made. Okay. All right, we are finally all set with that. Making sure that there isn't anything else. Okay. We are good. All right, resetting the station now. Why didn't the secondary log anything even though I reset it? Oh wait, no, that's not it. Okay, it's still running. Okay, it's just that maybe the stations I had in there aren't even relaying anything yet. Yeah, I didn't even get to unplugging the light because it was just, you know, it was just moments before we came on the air when my parents decided that, you know, it would be time to, because we were going to set up the Christmas tree, you know, finish setting up the Christmas tree earlier last week. We were supposed to get to that, but we did not. My mother, I guess, just wasn't, I guess they weren't interested. But furthermore, as I said, I had those quarterly exams and all those shows to catch up on to take care of. So I guess even if they did do it, it wouldn't have been a reasonable time anyway. So I guess in some way that was a good move. All right. Now, remember what I said about how I was busy last night? Well, now that our business is taken care of here for now, we'll go ahead and tell you about it. So, after we left you last night, of course, I finished I had already finished the upload process of all of the 165 Ticket to Ride episodes that I recorded throughout the month. So in fact I moved on to the final step of the entire process, which is so I got through the last step of the process, which was get them all scheduled and then download backups onto both my external hard drive and the internal SATA mechanical drive that's being used for data inside of my Dell Micro. So I did that, along with making adjustments to one of the 3 Street View remakes that are going to be premiering in between Meal or No Meal and The Big Numbers. Shut up, I don't want to hear it. Okay, and I was wrong about that. It's going to be in between Meal or No Meal and Ticket to Ride. It's going to be right in between those two shows. So those Street View videos, this is actually the first of several. This is going to be the first of two sets of video of course said videos that will be airing in the place of Meal or No Meal following the series finale in March. And of course they will go until Ticket to Ride begins in April. And then the same thing will happen with the big numbers. So once the big numbers concludes in May, more Street View videos will be released. And then those will continue until, and then those are going to continue until June 1st. So that'll go through the rest of, essentially it's going to go through the rest of May. So yeah, it's going to go through the rest of May. Yeah, the remainder of the month of May, I should furthermore say. So, we got several of them already ready to go. Now I still got a lot more Street View episodes to make. Now that's what we were doing last night, for those of you who may have missed our Weekend Fun and Games show. So I'll go through in chronological order what you may have missed. So the county request this week was WNG 604 Davis Peak, WSK 93 Dodge City, and WWG 82 Robbinsville. Those were the county requests from yesterday's show. I see MLS is having issues with relaying this kind of stuff. Alright, yeah, I didn't even flip the wallpaper because I didn't have, because I did not have enough time, to go through everything. Did I flip the... Did I? Yes, I did. I wanted to check the background just to see if I did already. Okay, good. Alrighty. So, that was the first thing we did. This week's Street View video was Cicero Avenue. So, that's up now for you all to see. And of course, I set up next week's county request polls and the Street View poll as well. So, of course, every Thursday, like we always do, and of course, you get to decide what Street View video you'd like to see from me this week, that week. And it was a close one. Elda Main and Cicero were tied for one vote apiece. So then it was up to me to cast the deciding vote. And I was thinking Cicero had been waiting way too long for a remake, so for a sequel, so it was definitely time to get that made. So I'm glad I sure hope I'm glad I made that choice. I made that choice. They made that choice that I did, so that's at least what I'm hoping for. What I'm hoping for, to be honest. So then after the Street View video, it took like an hour and a half to get the description fully together without any break. Then we moved on to, of course, our games. We did Game of Life, Play 9, or Play 18, I should say. We got through Play 9 so quickly that that I decided I'd go ahead and make the Street View episodes. And then there was after the last one, one of the last ones, where of course I made those other Street View videos, which is the remake of the Tri-State, the first part of the Tri-State, I-94, from the Wisconsin border to the Edens Spur, Split, or Tri-State Edens Split, whatever it's called, whatever they call it. I'll call it the Tri-State Edens Split, because the Tri-State continues as I-294 for the rest of the way. Yeah, continues as I-294 the rest of the way from there. And then what else? Yeah, of course that. The Bishop Ford Freeway in both directions. So mainly with all of those, just, just shot whole new footage. I didn't, use the existing footage that was already there. Basically, I shot, footage, just shot new footage completely from scratch. So footage completely from scratch. That was what I did. Just shoot whole new footage entirely from scratch, along with completely new music to replace the songs that were there before. So then, of course, we did Waste Sorry and Waste Sorry Strategy, and then I believe we spent an hour and 15 minutes playing with Yu-Gi-Oh! And then after that, of course, we did the 45 minutes random character extravaganza. Now, at the end of that last night, I had to temporarily set that stream private because I guess there was something Alec was doing. He didn't mute in time. So, hence why I temporarily privated it so I could edit that part out. And then once I've made the edits, I would set it to... Oh. I forgot to set it back to public. Because I only set it to unlisted. So that way I could allow for the edits to be made. Yeah, so that way I could allow YouTube's system to automatically make the edits. And now that all the edits have been made, I can go ahead and make it public again. Alright, there you go. So if you're all looking for the random character extravaganza from last night, that's back up now. I didn't even have enough time to get that because, of course, that editing process took forever. Of course it did, because it's a 12-hour live stream. That's literally what it is. Alright, so that was that. And then, of course, now what? Oh, another one? UFT? Wow, KLT, you did a much better job than MLS did. They didn't even relay it completely. I mean, despite it being UTC and attention, and with the attention signal. Alright, there we go. So, like I said, then after we ended the stream last night, I finished uploading and scheduling the Ticket to Ride episodes, as well as finished putting together the description of the Street View episodes. All while listening to Keeper of Secrets on loop. Did I go back on something? Was not supposed to go back on? I'm gonna cut that part out completely. Okay, there we go. Good thing I saw that part, so I edited it out because I went back on it just before we started today. And that is most likely the winter weather advisory expiration. Or was it extended? Yep, that is the expiration. So now all that's left to do is clean up all the snow and everything. So that's really all that needs to be done. Okay. So yeah, I got the remaining Ticket to Ride episodes uploaded and scheduled. And then, of course, made the backups, along with finalizing the 3 of the Street View remakes. Now, with that, I did not even get a chance, because of how long that took, I did not get a chance at all to play around with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Soundtrack. So instead, I decided to bust out the Cold Winter song and, just let that play, in its entirety for the finale instead. But if all goes well tonight, I yeah, I am going to be able to play around with Yu-Gi-Oh before I go to bed tonight, like I was originally going to do. Yeah, like I was originally gonna do, but as I said, I never got a chance to. But at least I'm happy about that personally. So yeah, I'm happy about that personally. So, but anyway, speaking of today, I'm sure you all want to know what's coming up, right? Now, I was originally planning on doing Minecraft today because, last Tuesday was supposed to be, because last Sunday was supposed to be the last time we would have to do Roblox on a Sunday. But unfortunately, on that Tuesday last week, as some of you may know, the ISP at my college campus went out. Yeah, internet went out at my college. So as a result, the evening class was canceled that day. It was supposed to be the last one. And then he scheduled an optional Teams meeting. Then the professor later found out that he wouldn't be able to make it home in time. So we decided to cancel that and instead schedule the in-person lecture for next week. So that is great. That's awesome because I get another opportunity. I get another chance to do what I call, because I'm gonna go ahead because I want to send those virtual machines off Yu-Gi-Oh style. Now let me tell you, I've had a whole lot of machines running throughout that class. The latest version of Ubuntu, one from like Module 5 or Week 5, whatever, Windows 11 Pro Education 23H2, and Windows 11 Pro 25H2. Now I was thinking about, doing the final send-off, sending all those virtual, just running the destroy command on them all at once, with a Yu-Gi-Oh song playing in the background. But the question is, which one do I want to do? Currently, what I'm thinking is, since this would be the first one, I'm going to do Time to Duel, which is actually more intense, and then do the Yu-Gi-Oh theme for the Network Fundamentals send-off, because there isn't that much. So I was thinking, wait till the conclusion of Wheel of Fortune before doing that. That's what I think personally. So yeah, that is what I think personally. I am going to that is personally what I am thinking of doing. But anyway, so as a result of that, today, of course, following my lunch break, we're going to do what will truly be the last time we will have to do Roblox on a Sunday. And then during the hour-long break, I was thinking about maybe going ahead and putting that train layout together, now that we're getting the Christmas tree up, so I'm still thinking about the and I still gotta get the Christmas tree and the ornament turned on. Still gotta get those activated. Get those on for the holidays, although they aren't going to be on for that long. They're only going to be on for like 14 days. So, 2 weeks essentially. And of course, the first night being tonight, and then of course the last night being the 12th. But we'll keep them going through the new year until we take until we take down our Christmas stuff. Yeah, it sounds like these are repeats, so I'm not gonna. So I'm gonna go ahead and just shut it off and forget about it. All right. So as I said, we'll do our true final Roblox show on a Sunday today. Well, it will be until the end of the year, to be exact. And of course, we'll have that break. We got lucky last week, but this week it's back to business then. It's back to business, and I will only have to deal with it for. I only have to deal with it again for after this only one more week. Yeah, I'll only have to deal with it for one more week, and then I get my Sunday free, and then I get the next 2 Sundays free again, which is great for me. So, yeah, that's free from having to disconnect our services, which actually is which is really good for me personally. So anyway, then. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. Now I'm still thinking about whether we're gonna do another hour or hour and a half of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game at the end of the Roblox thing tonight, or we'll just implement it as part of our weekend lineup. That being our Friday Fun Night show and the Weekend Fun and Games show, like we did last night. So that being those two. So that being one of those two. And then, of course, after KDKA and whatever else we got, we'll, of course, do our Ticket to Ride show for this week. And then after that, that would then lead us to the end here tonight. Now, in terms of what is to come next week, let me pull up my college work dashboard. I'll call it the college work dashboard. So, tomorrow then, of course, do my digital media work and the final assignments for the cloud security course. That being the final exam. Submit the capstone slides and of course survey. And for digital media, there's 2 final chapters, and then the final project assignment, and then 1 discussion. And then there's a student feedback form the following week. I'm hoping that discussion post 17 will be the last. Hopefully it won't have to do 2 replies. Because I would not want to, take some time out of taping Yahtzee, but, just to do that. But I guess we'll see how it all is. And then we'll see what that final project is about. Because we're not going to know until it's actually assigned. But that is what I'll take care of tomorrow. And then also tomorrow there are a few shows to make up. Actually, if I'm going to commonly access the U, I'll type it to. Might as well. And there goes that piece. Broadcast Chicago. And then I can switch between DirecTV and everything else. Can you let me see the YouTube listings? Thank you. So, Scrambled Up is going to be all new both days, in both time slots. And then Tuesday it's supposed to be all new and then a repeat. So I think I see a pattern here. I'm starting to see a pattern here with Scrambled Up. I'm seeing a pattern here. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday there's 2 new episodes in the full hour. And then Tuesday and Thursday there's only 1 in the half-hour slot. And then after that it's a rerun. So that's what it is. That is something. And now over to the main U. Of course, Flip Side and The Perfect Line are going to be all new. So then it's all. So yeah, it's back to fully all new. And I can change it between DirecTV and the U. So that is good. All right. So that is what the. So let's see. Yeah, that's for Monday. So I'll do the digital media work first, and then during my lunch break, I did say I was going to take care of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, but I did not get a chance to do so yesterday. So I'm going to take care of those on Monday then, tomorrow, along with the 2 new episodes of Scrambled Up. So what I'll do, I'm thinking about it. So should I have Wheel of Fortune on first, or should I have Jeopardy on first? I'll probably have Wheel of Fortune on first. And, see how that man got to the bonus round and what led to him winning, all that money. So, and then I just want to see, just see it in its entirety, because as I said, because on Friday it did not air because of college football, and the U did not air Flip Side or The Perfect Line either because of state football finals. So I'll take care of those, then do the cloud security stuff, and then after that's finished, that is the end of the. That is then the end of it from there. And then of course we'll do Minecraft tomorrow night. That will be as regularly scheduled, and we will work on Interstate 289, which of course we'll do in multiple stretches. So of course we're going to put down the pavement first. It is not letting me skip. It's just going between in 5. Well, that's kind of stupid, but anyway. Then Tuesday, of course, is nothing from our part. I will take care of the final exam for the Civic course, along with submitting the course project, and that will complete that course. Afterward, I'll do the announcement video. I'll make the announcement video. Do the voiceovers, voice recordings, whatever, and then after that, go to the last lecture, and then come back, and then I'll see what else I can take care of. To finish the with the remaining time. with the remaining time I would have that night. Of course, Wednesday will be the weeklies, and then as for that day, we're only going to be interrupted one more time for the cloud security course, and it'll just be that Wednesday, and then after that, that's it. We'll go forward with all the other Wednesdays. Well, there's going to be one more Wednesday we'll do here, and then the following Wednesday is going to be from the Lawn of Oaks. So meaning no live stream from there, except maybe once I figure out, other ways I can get my micro to handle it. So if that is the case, then it'll be very likely then we do Milwaukee. It would be very likely then that we could still do Hyperbowl, Monopoly, and all that usual stuff, on Wednesdays. But also, I'd be working on the Street View remakes while I'm there as well. But back to the plan. And of course, we'll come back, finish the show, and then Thursday, do the last of the final exams for networking fundamentals. So then Thursday, I would then do the networking fundamentals final exam, and then I'll do the VGA module upgrade inside of my Dell Micro. Or what about the other stuff like 99 to beat? Well, I'll take care of it in between. So in between the final exam, the completion of the final exam and the VGA upgrade, I will do the, since the VGA upgrade I don't think it's going to take that long, I'll probably just do the upgrade right after and then, watch all the other shows and then lecture for that course, and then that's it. Then that's the end of it. Of course, that night we'll do Backyard Baseball. I'll watch MVG Showcase Beatdown, which should return next week. They didn't do it, or Net Poker, because of Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So, that's then the plan for that day. And then Friday, of course, that will be the first day where I will start taping episodes of Yahtzee. So I'll spend nearly the whole day taping episodes of the show. But of course, I'll take care of one episode of that, because there's two. But only one I'll take care of first. Then I'll watch Yahtzee. So I'll take care of one Scrambled Up first. But since I'm going to start the day 8, that Scrambled Up episode will actually be airing live. So I'll just start the recording from the beginning and then watch it, then just keep watching it until we get to live. So, or I'll watch the entire 8:30 airing live. When that's all done, then of course we'll move on. Then of course I will move on to recording episodes of Yahtzee, as I said, in multiple timestamps. So I plan to start at 8 a.m. as early as that, because we're gonna be very tight on time, and there's a whole lot of episodes to record. Although each of the episodes are only going to be 6 minutes long, I still want to allow enough time, as much time as possible, to record the episodes and render them all. But I will not start if we don't get to the rendering process. That's fine, because then I'll do it while I'm at my grandparents, and then finish it up from there. Then go on to the Street View video afterwards. And then of course the following week, next week, would be the same story. So Monday, final digital media stuff, then start recording Yahtzee afterwards. Or maybe after catching up on the shows too. Tuesday, shows, Yahtzee. Wednesday, weekly tests completely uninterrupted. Thursday, shows, Yahtzee. Friday, shows, Yahtzee. Saturday, Lawn of Oaks. And of course that will be that way for another 2 weeks. We'll see how we can handle our live streams during that time. And then of course we won't have any live streams on Wednesday the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, although the weeklies will likely still go on that day, just like last year. And then Thursday, there is not going to be a Backyard Baseball stream, the 25th, which is Christmas Day. Friday the 26th, that is when I plan to do the hardware upgrades on my PCs. Now, I'm going to try to complete these upgrades as quickly as I can, as quickly and as much as I can. Now, if I don't finish these upgrades in time, well, that's why I'm going to have 2 SSDs. So if I don't finish the hard drive upgrade in time, then I'll just take that hard drive out, put it into my main again, so we can do the show. Then after the show, the next day, of course, we'll do our weekend fun and games show, and then it will probably be Monday then where I continue when I continue the hardware upgrades. And then my goal is to have these upgrades done before Wednesday, which will be our New Year's Spectacular, where not only will we be getting the final weeklies of 2025, that is, if those happen despite it being New Year's Eve, which I am pretty sure will be the case. So we'll get the final weeklies of the year. We'll of course watch the New Year We'll ring in the New Year. We'll see how the entire world brings in 2026. And then of course we'll have a special extended edition of our weekly test show, where we will watch the New Year ring in from my time zone, and we'll watch the Mountain Time Zone ring in the New Year, and then of course we will end it with the Pacific Time Zone at 2 a.m. and then that will be the end of it. And then I'll get myself as much rest as I need, and then of course Thursday I'll see what I can do for Thursday and Friday that week. But of course, we'll do Backyard Baseball, and then that will be that time when Backyard Baseball goes back to its original 5 p.m. start time, only temporarily though. Friday, of course, the Fun Night Show that week, and then Saturday, we'll see what the plans are. Sunday, we'll see. But actually, it will be after the Weekend Fun and Games show that night where what I'm going to mention in the announcement video will take place. I'll do that, at the stroke of, if I remember to do that, at the stroke of midnight. Or maybe soon after, but I'll probably do it on the other device. Well, actually, yeah, I will, because there's something else I'm going to mention too in the video. And then, of course, after that, that's when the spring taping cycle session will then commence. Currently, I'm planning on recording the second season of Fifth Grader in its entirety, along with the remaining episodes of Ticket to Ride, the episodes of Play 9 that will air over the summer, as I'm planning to do, and then of course I'm thinking about maybe recording episodes of try to see how many seasons of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game I can record. Or maybe I'll just record the entire first season. But currently not sure about what we're going to do about that. Maybe have that, start at the 3 p.m. time slot right after the conclusion of the bowling train. That's what I'm thinking. Do it in the place of that, and then move on from that, and then move it to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader's time slot right after that series concludes. So, currently that's the plan we have devised for the spring taping cycle. But of course I will bring you more details and of course changes to our schedule, a bit later on, when we know more. So, with that being said, we are already well past 12 noon, so I'm going to go ahead and take my lunch break here. And when we return from this commercial break, we will start this week's final edition on Sunday, for real, of Roblox. Well, that lunch break went on much longer than what I had planned. Welcome back, everyone, to our Sunday Fun and Games show. And now we are finally ready to begin our Roblox extravaganza for this week. So let me get this thing caught up to live, and then we will start the game. At least my father cut my work, so he did a majority of the work while I was having lunch and just had to do the rest of it, so. Alright, so that's good. Alright, I see Cornerstone Arcade is ready to go here. Why don't we play some of the Street View songs that, we had played, that we had used previously. Yeah, I noticed I missed NIN, so I went back on that. I was going to go back on the Amtrak trains, but I was talking too much. I was still watching the extravaganza from last night. Oh, I see we have a Christmas theme now. Huh, no Christmas theme. Okay. There's the Chief. I was just about to go back on that. In Fort Madison. So let's take care of these now before we start. Nothing special there. Alright. Detroit Lakes for Builder number 8. Wow, last night's 7 was quite late. $4.49 is Builder number 8. Alright. And lastly, the Borealis. Alright, that is that. That's all the Amtrak trains. Here we go. Everything has loaded. We'll go ahead and start up some music here shortly. Again, the only thing you're seeing is the game itself here. Let's see, which one do we want to do? These. And Keeper's Secrets, which we played around with last night. And this one we used from the... No, it wasn't this one. It was this one. Alright, well. I see there's already a credit in there, huh? Alright. It's not letting me... There we go. Alright. Well, you know what? Let's have the ultimate music clash. Alright. So, we're ready to start this here. I'll go ahead and cue the music up. Yep. Alright. Here we go. And that's that. It's only gonna make me play with 10 spins. Okay. Let's bring up all 10 arrows. I'm not going to ring up anymore, so I'm just going to let the time expire. Let's move on to the Tringo game now. Oh, that I can't place down. Oh, that I can't place down either. Only got 243 on that. We're gonna play again. Did better this time. Let's play some skee ball now. We haven't done the 3000 mode in a while. It's like impossible to grab. And we got 4 credits left in this game. Hex Ring. Never heard of this game. So, why don't we actually go ahead and play it? I'll let you all hear the sound of it. Oh, I see. It's like Simon. You have to copy the pattern after it does what it does. So, okay. Well, good thing I know for next time. But now the only other problem that we have is now we're completely out of credits. But all right, there we go. Now we have enough credits to try again. We're going to go over and play it one more time. Now that I know how it works. It's going to get harder from here. Yeah. Well, that's how it works. So, we were close to winning the bonus for sure. That was pretty close, I must say. Anyway, so now I know how the game works, so that way, when we come back next week and play it, we'll know how it all, functions. Alright, now over to Arcade Island. And now to change over the song, too. There you go. There's one ready. Okay, I'll go and bring it up. I didn't miss that. Alright. Too hard. Oh, somebody already ran up that side. This one has the most bonus balls, but it's already in use. Oh my goodness, almost had the monster bonus. We gotta get those bonus balls. There we go. Which side won the bonus? I can tell. Oh my gosh, almost had it. We're gonna try again. And this time we got it. My goodness, 19 bonus balls on that side. Hit the jackpot once. We hit it twice. We got it twice. Not necessarily the center. Oh my gosh. Won the same jackpot twice. Oh my goodness. Well, that's one mission achieved. I'll go ahead and let Monopoly automate while we play the next one. Again. Sure, let's go for the dance cube. That's it. Score 51. Let's see if we can make it happen again. So close. Too hard, too soft. I missed it on there. And there we go. Right at the last beat, I got the jackpot. Oh, some stuff on the MTA lines. Oh, there's one I haven't seen yet. What is this? Black Sun. It's a fiction. It's another one of those fictional scenarios. New Hampshire, didn't you already do a demo this morning? You already did a demo this morning. Alright. That is that. Alright. Let me go back on these two things before we continue here with our next game. All right. With that taken care of, make sure that's everything. Yep, that's it. All right, then we are ready to proceed here. How about we play a game we have not played in quite some time? Yeah, Super Golf. Let's play that one. Let's play that one now. It's dark now, unlike before.
almost went into the hole.
we're going to go ahead and play another round here. Drew finally left. So once we're finished with this game, we'll go back on KSFR before we move on to the next one. Thank you for playing. Map created by him. I got a 120. That was horrible. Oh, I actually ended up in second place. But with 120 as the score, yeah, that's horrible. Alright. So we're gonna play Uno next here, but as I said before we do that, okay, that's taken care of now.
Show for the fat. for the fa- official.
That's the game. Alright. Now on to the RO Scale Sandbox. I think this is too long. Yeah, we might want to shorten this down, so. Yeah, let's clear the plot and start over. How many commuter lines can we add here? Let's add 7 tracks. Well, I was offered to put a Santa thing on to add a Santa thing to my desk for Christmas this year. Happily went ahead and accepted the offer. Okay, now back to constructing this massive hullabaloo of commuter rail lines. Alright, we got the tracks built. Let's go ahead and save the map. So that way I don't lose any of this, so... So there we go. So here we go. We got eight tracks in grand total, each of which are gonna have a random commuter service train running around. Alright. Well, folks, I'm sure you all know what it's time for now. This is what I said at the top of the show. We are going to get back to Roblox in hopefully half an hour. Yep. Now comes the time I hate with a burning passion, but unfortunately it has to be done. So we will go ahead and take another break, another commercial break that is. Hopefully this will be about 45 minutes. And then when we return, we will continue our exhibition in RL Scale Sandbox as our Roblox show continues. Alright, welcome back. Yeah, that went exactly as I had planned. 45 minutes. And now, after all that time, and now that our services are back up and running after that, we will only have to go through it one more time, thankfully, before we won't have to deal with it again for a couple weeks. So now we're ready to continue with the RL Scale Sandbox that we were working on before we went to break. And I know you all want to hear the sound, right? So if we go to save and load here. Yeah, go and clear the plot. Yeah, here's what we were working with just before we stopped. You can see 8 tracks, each are going to have a random commuter train running on it, which is what we are about to set down. Contender Home Entertainment. Whatever that is. Huh. So let's go ahead and start setting down some locomotives. There's one that actually has the Metra label. It's only a switcher though. Okay, so that's going to be for Metra. Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. That'll be for Caltrain. There's actually multiple kinds of Caltrain, so we may put another one on the line there. Then Altamont Commuter Express. NBTA. Metrolink. And then Coaster. Oh gosh, now we got 8 different commuter. Now we're gonna have 8 different commuter trains going around all at the same time. This is going to be crazy. Let's see what other rolling stock there is on here. Why don't we label it by? What is it? Let's try by level. Let's filter it by that and see. Yeah, it won't let me spawn it because it's not free, so. Alright, well. Let's do a US link. Yeah, sure. Alright. Let's see. Is there any more commuter lines I can think of that is not on this list? I see we got the holiday train here. I don't think we can add anything else too much here. At least I think. At least I think we can add. I see we got NBTA, so. We only have room for 8. Oh, Tri-Line. Sure, we have room for Tri-Rail. I'm gonna change out the F40PH and replace it with the now. Where do we see the MBLA 44? Where do we see that? Huh. Sure, we'll have that. We'll have that be the oddball. And we'll have 10 cars from each railroad. So we gotta go to rolling stock here. So 9 of the regular coaches, and then the locomotive at the end. Alright. Let's go ahead and reverse it now. Oh no, not 1,000. Just 100. There we go. Backwards. There we go. All right, we'll send them all on their way at once when we're ready. All right, now for the next one. Ooh, I see Go Transit's on here too. So maybe we'll make it 10 tracks instead. Well, that's not going to work. All right. Now, 900 in reverse. See if I can find the locomotive for it. If I can, then... Alright, well, I'm on duty for dinner tonight, but at least I have obtained consent to continue setting this up before I go help with dinner tonight. So that's at least good, so. Alright, so we move on to the third commuter train now. So that way then we can just send them all on their so that way then once we have everything, we can just send them all on their way. And then just give you all something to see without just staring at, you know, nothing that's moving. So locomotives. Here's the cab car, and we'll flip its direction. Alright, we change the address now to 3101. Go backward. Alright, we got that. Now we go to the MBTA. There's only a Horizon car here. Alright, so then the MBLA Horizon car, or MBTA, we're going to go by the original names. Now I was thinking about adding Caltrain's Baby Bullet into this too. Let's see, how long was that? Okay, that's only 8. We got room for one more. Okay, there we go. Now over to... oh, no. 1050. And reverse. This is going to be nuts when we have all these trains running at once. It's going to take a bit before it gets to that last one. Let's go ahead and set up Metrolink. We're not going to use the rebranded one. We're going to use the old-fashioned one, the old-fashioned style. Ooh, we can add a Stadler too. Alright. Now we have everything coupled up. We're going to go ahead and send it forward. Alright, we're going to change the number and reverse that. While that is coupling up, we're gonna go ahead and grab the coaster stuff. This is phase 1, so we're gonna do phase 1. So 9. And then there's the locomotive counterpart, which is right here. We'll reverse the direction. Okay, Metrolink is all coupled up. Okay, changing the number. And we're going to reverse that locomotive slowly. Now onto the Pacific. I believe it's called US Link. Yeah, here we go. It's 8 right now. This is going to be 9. This is the locomotive counterpart of it. Yep, that will be at the back. Alright, Coaster still hasn't gotten all of its coaches yet, but will soon. Alright, it's got them all. Let's send it forward. Okay, changing the number again. Backwards. Not too fast. Alright, and finally, Tri-Rail. Okay, here's its locomotive counterpart. Let's see if QO... Oh my god, it is. There is a locomotive here. But we're not going to add it right now. We'll likely add it later, so... Alright. Okay. Now to couple up the last set of cars. We shouldn't go too fast. I'll change the number again and move it slightly forward. I'll switch back to 807. And then I want to make a snapshot of this before we proceed. Yeah, and then before we proceed, I need to make a snapshot of the number, or of the entire set of all these locomotives and cab cars. Okay, moving it forward now. Let me move the coaster one slightly forward too. Alright, nothing's touching the curve. So let's go ahead and save this now. Alright. And now to send them all forward. Oh goodness, this is gonna get ugly. It's not even moving. There we go. Is 1050 even moving at all? Oh, there we go. Alright, there we go. And now they're all moving. Oh my god. I'm gonna let you all sit back and enjoy this madness. Holy crap. Oh, wow. This is nuts. I'll zoom the map out here so you can see. Look at that. 10 different commuter trains all running simultaneously. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Oh my god. Look at that. There's like so many commuter trains running, you only get like 30 seconds to cross before another one comes through. This is insane. Look at it. Now, I never went back on the builder too, I just realized. So, let's do that now. 1622 is builder number 7. This time, 2 Chargers and D42. Columbus for the Borealis. just heard the dinner bell, so I'll just let you all enjoy the trains then. As all these commuter trains are running one by one. something else too. That Christmas tree that we've had for quite a long time. This is actually one from last year. Alright. All right. There we go. We got some ornaments. And the top of the tree. Got it. They got it. So yeah, that is a very good tree. Alright. Old man who's gone. There we go. With the old batteries now gone. Now he's gone. We're going to keep them running for as long as possible, as long as we can. Oh my god, that's a lot of them. I did see there was some tests trying to go back on. Probably at the end of the AMP. Yeah, maybe at the end of the AMP. I thought it was. Speaking of AMP, I'll hold that off. Watch the show in its entirety without commercials. So that's essentially what we're looking at. Shorten it down as much as we can. Oh my god. We have like, how many trains running now? I was supposed to get a 10th one going, but I must have screwed that up. Well, that's alright. I've already saved everything prior to the upgrade. I have already saved everything prior to the upgrade. Everything prior to the track condition of the tracks. So everything is good to go at this point. Now, all that's left to do is once the main course is served, it's going to be very, very, very difficult. Main course is going to serve pretty soon, actually. Interesting. Alright. But regardless, yep, the main course is ready. And then of course following that, AFP. Now just waiting for the signal. Well, the signal being and they're ready to start AFV. All these trains, my goodness. And another BNSF. This was from September. This was the one with the 2 Metro cars. As I remember, I caught one of them. Downers Grove last year. As in earlier this year. As in earlier this year. That was quite amazing, wasn't it? Captain Post Rich Tunnel. What was the first amusement park? The opening to Zootopia 2. Episode of Tea with Cats. So there's the stench. Strawberry alien. This is multiple. Old feathers replaced with new ones. Oh yeah, then there was the fun game stuff from last week. I really loved the random character extravaganza from last night. Ray showed off the string of text in Spanish. He had quite the reaction when he heard it.
Great job, boys. Here it is in Spanish. No, no. Here it is in Spanish. No.
That
Here it is in
reaction.
Spanish.
Alright, with how long it's taking, for us to finally be ready with AFB, with the show live already 3/4 of the way done. Once they're ready for AFB, we'll stop, we'll watch the show, and then we'll, so let's indulge in these last moments for this week of these commuter trains, all running at once. Let's enjoy one moment of all these commuter trains running at once. Really, I don't think we're going to be able to get to 10 exactly. At least there is Canada's GO transit system. There's Toronto's GO rail service. And then we got former Caltrain's former lines of 500 cars, and of course the Bombardier coaches are big bullets. And each of these having 10 cars each. 9 being standard coaches, and the other one being backroom coaches. Here comes Amtrak going in Fort Madison. Watched it earlier in Nova. And I get to see it again in Fort Madison. So then AFV should take us all the way to the end here. But then, of course, we'll do some other pieces of business to take care of too. I'm surprised this room is not set on these balls. I'm surprised you haven't set it. That's like mentioned to me already. I'm surprised. So nothing too major. tonight. I guess it's good. Okay, cool. All the commuter trains running one by one. So let's see, we got 9 of them running in grand total. 9 of them are currently running. So yeah, only 9 commuter trains are running at the moment. Well, 2 of them, one of them needs to get because there's 2 different times. There's the second one, but I'm just gonna wait till next week to just screw it up. Because I screwed the setup up on that one big time. That's the message I was thinking of. Why, yes. It's no other message than that. But we're not going to join in at the moment because we're going to be ready to start AFB very soon. So it'll probably be after the so, or after I can catch up after that. If they're ready. Alright. Well, sure wasn't on here for long, so. Huh, went offline. 5:53 p.m. he said I'm in call. Alright, well, at this point we're getting closer to the start of AFB now. We've pretty much done our final beats. So, let's end this here. So yeah, let's go ahead and end the madness there of all the trains that have been running. And I'll go ahead and close up the song. The songs that we have been playing for literally the whole time. For literally the whole entire time. So finally, nearly an hour later, we're ready to start AFV. So yeah, of course we had quite a lot going on tonight, mainly with prepping dinners for this week and everything. So now we're just finishing our business up in the. Yeah, we're finishing our business up in the kitchen here. And there goes number 3, leaving Fort Madison. So I've got the Christmas lights going. Oh, my room, it's only 2, but the thing is that's going to be enough to distract me from Yu-Gi-Oh for a while? Still no. Still no. It's not going to be until the deed's done that I move on playing around with Christmas music and whatnot. So maybe I'll play around with the I-80 Express video again. You know, the video I did, the separate video I did on Interstate 80. Except I sped it up to the tune of the Polar Express theme song. Yeah, the theme song of the Polar Express, which my Owen had been quite into. I made that on Christmas Eve. No, I don't think it was Christmas Eve. I think it was after Christmas. I'm trying to remember, but I believe it was after Christmas, because it was Christmas Eve when I shot the footage. We were at and on Christmas Day. So it was actually Christmas night I made that. It was actually Christmas night when I made that, and then I played around with it again for several days afterwards. Let's see what it looks like on here when I try to join a voice. Yeah, that just shows right up, so. Ah, that's cool. And I keep knocking stuff over. Let's see if they're finally ready. Well, not quite a message I wanted, but so that was the last one. So I guess we are ready to start AFV now. So with that, let's go ahead and take another commercial break while I watch that whole show, which should be about 45 minutes. And then when we come back, we'll play catch up with all the other stuff from earlier today, from while the Roblox show was going after we came back. Then we will get KDKA, and then we'll talk about a few more things, and then take it to ride. That is all coming up after this. I'm in call, 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 and we're back from the break. What is this, Mirage No, all of these stupid promos for Xbox games that I don't even care of. Yeah, all these promos for these Xbox titles or whatever. Alright, we're back. AFV is finally done. We finally got that dealt with after God knows how long it's been. Okay, we have a few more things to catch up on, so let's do that. I see Drew is already nagging me to come back. Alright, Drew, we'll join you in a second. But first, I gotta go back on these things, so let's take a moment and do that, and I still gotta update the compilation too, so let me do that. Alright, that was much better, but of course I'll do the advanced trimming on that one. Okay, on to the next one now. Okay, there's some stuff on the local. Let's see. I don't know if I went back on this one, but I'll do it again. Alright. Next one. Alright, and then the next one right after that. Oh, there's actually multiple ones. Yeah, okay. This one is next. Huh. WACA. Well, perfect. Because now we're on to ULF. Alright, and then WACA. Alright, that was much better, although that took multiple attempts. Alright, what's in here? Oh, KRDO. They're probably going to run 50 million more weeklies after this anyway. Oh, I think there was something else too that I saw come up. Where was it? This one. We'll do the WGON message. Come on, load. Thank you. Okay, big fail. There's no message. Alright, well, we're going to go to KLT and take care of that over there. Let's make sure here. Yep. This is the one with the message. Or at least there should be. Oh my god, wow, they're not even including the message anymore? Or was that an error? Either way, that's lame. Yes, great idea. Skip the attention signal. I don't want to hear it. Alright, next logger. Of course, WXRY is still a problem here. I think we should go ahead and make that part of the regular rotation on my logger. Probably should. Alright, we have one more to go through, and that is my main. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Alright, took care of that, took care of that. Alright, it's this one now, and that would be Guam. And I'll run through everything else.
Issued a required weekly test for all but one and all the Northern Mariana Islands beginning at 8 o'clock p.m. and ending at 9 o'clock p.m. Test message iPause open Capia SV configuration test message.
Okay, that is that. Now we'll go ahead and join him. Really, right after I join, he leaves. Okay. Well, I have not seen this happen. Right after I show up, Drew leaves. Odd. But okay then. Well, you know what? I'll stay here in case he comes back. Actually, never mind. All right. Well, we got a lot of updating to do here.
Emergency alert.
So, let's take the next few moments and update this. That was quite strange. I join and Drew leaves, like, right away. It's kind of like the role reversal of, me joining the voice call only for like 2 seconds, and then the moment I leave, Drew comes in and then just nags me to come right back. It's like the complete opposite of that. Well, it is as similar to that, I should say, but except the roles are reversed. Now, what was this one?
The Arizona Department of Public Safety.
This was the silver alert from earlier. They call it safe alert now, but I'm still going to call it silver alert like it has been. So let's take a moment to put in everything, and then we will decide where we'll go next, where we're going to take this next from here. So now that the Christmas tree and the decorations as a whole are fully up, now comes the time to decide whether or not to put a layout up this year. Well, that was fast. Took him a few minutes and he left the call. I told him I was going to come back, so. But never mind. because I know how busy of a day he has ahead of him tomorrow. So. And then and then after KDK, I'll talk about where our fall taping cycle goes from here. Now that we have completed Ticket to Ride, where our fall taping cycle currently stands as of right now. So let's see. This one was 7:53. So Drew came, I came, and just a second or two later, you all saw it too. Drew left, and then it doesn't look like he's gonna come back. I think this is I believe his bedtime now anyway. So I guess safe to say, Drew doesn't join us for KDK every week. So. I should be gluing my eyes to WJON because I know that Red River, Minnesota is going to do another test, although they already did one twice this morning. This one is 7 p.m., right before Guam. 10:50 p.m. Is that 5? What was the timestamp on that one? 4:51. So right there is where it belongs. .50 p.m. as well. This one's 3. Snow expected in Plainfield. How much will you get? Well, I can answer that question right now. Probably a little bit more than what we have already. And this one is 3:28. I could tell by the UTC time conversion. Oh, I already went back on VLS, but I'm going to include the better version of it. So, alright, make sure everything's in the proper order. Okay. Alright, everything is in the correct place. Now, let's go ahead and get KDK ready. We're going to have to keep doing that receiver out of fallen timber until the other ones are fixed, because it doesn't seem to work. Oh wow, that was fast. Oh, that's a demo. Let me go ahead and just change the wallpaper on my phone now. Alright, so while we wait for KDK, I'm going to go ahead and update the document now for tomorrow, for this week. So, the only stations we do not need, KPCC and KNX, because they both tested today. And then the first part of the Monday stuff. And we're going up to WWV. Drew would have quite the reaction if he was here right now. And disappointed he's not. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing with the iPad, and then we'll talk about some things, and we will then of course, we'll get ready to wrap this up here. So I'm not going to include the demo.
This is only a test.
Good. I only got part of it. Well, guess what? I'm not including that demo because I don't include EA's participant-originated demos, hence why I ignore them on my logger. Alright, so this is the end of the medicine commercial. Perfect. Okay. We are good with that. Oh, there's that Barney the Cockatoo video. I'm going to go take care of something really quickly, and then I'll finish that up. So, this bird got a gift box from Auntie N, as the title reads. And now even my mom knows how much I love watching these birds. You know how these birds and all. What is that? A moving hand? That's a toy hand. It's like was it crawling fingers or something? Probably is. But that's I don't know what to say. If it's creepy or something else, I don't know. And there's those pair of pickleballs that the guy's gonna throw into his cage to replace the ones that he tore up. Already reminds me of what Jack does with some of those toys. That's how sharp his teeth is, and you remember the picture of either Charlie or Parker, one of those two, tearing up some like paper things, making a mess all over the floor. Ooh, that's hard. That is hard when you have a pet. Especially one like a cockatoo.
Hey, did you know you can get up to 15% cash back Black Friday through Cyber Monday with Rakuten?
Yes, I know that. And I will not.
Turn it off.
Yeah, because that's kind of annoying.
Didn't even get a flame, Barney?
Hello, Barney.
Because there's nothing to fling. That's probably why. Or maybe he's just not into it right now. And then he just starts saying it, and then
Hello, Barney.
that and gibberish is all I know from this bird. Wait, what's that brush? What was on the front of that brush? Let me look at it. Looks like a bunch of random rabbit creatures or whatever they are. I don't know what franchise that's from. I'm pretty sure the viewers might know. I don't know. But either way, I don't know. And of course, he throws it on the floor. And it's without it's without the brush head. Oh my goodness. And he just takes the other thing right off too. He just got the thing. There we go. And a bunch more of these cats. Oh, there's those history videos of TV blocks I've been watching. Oh, there was Billiam. I saw a couple of his videos, specifically the two failed spin-offs of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Capsule Monsters and Dungeon Dice Monsters, the two spin-offs that failed. Who keeps meowing? Well, I can barely hear a meow out of it. Yeah, not just about the sort of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, but also Laggy Alltech Lansing.
Powering on. Welcome to Alltech Lansing.
Yeah, that's not the Bermuda Triangle expansion. Oh my gosh, what is this? Testing the You're an Idiot virus on real hardware? Oh no! I actually remember doing that on my main PC and it wouldn't even shut down. You press the spacebar and Copilot comes up. Only thing for him to do is mute the speaker and what is that, shut down? Only for it to fail. But yeah, I remember doing that and on my on my old main laptop. But I know damn well I am not going to do that again. If I am, it's best that I do it in a VM. That's the best thing to do rather than putting your main system at risk. And I see Storm Tracker actually made an announcement like very early this morning. In fact, it was right when I went to bed he made the announcement. So he's been working on some updates. He's been working on some updates to his TV thing. So he is falling behind on some stuff. So he's made some updates to his TV network, and he's actually now gonna do actual NWR relays on there. I don't know how he's gonna be able to do that. Maybe he's gonna monitor. Maybe he's part of my station now. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll see. But for Playfield TV specifically, we stopped doing manual EAS on there. I mean, even continuing to do that, it was pretty much obsolete now that I had started WPLDIP. I still got to get the automated weekly set up on there. I'm still looking to see. I'm still trying to get some advice to see how I could set that up. I did ask John if he knew how it was going to be able to set up, but I have not heard back. I don't think I think he might have lost interest in that. Oh well. Maybe if I look through his Mara documentation or some who have used this before, maybe they'll help me. But for now, it's going to be without an automated test, and we'll just log all the other weeklies. It's just going to be a logger. It's not going to be anything special. So let's see. So along with the TV update, he's going to also release some DXing stuff now. And he even has his own SDR, so we can have an autologger for FM stuff. So that being K-Love or Air 1. So that's neat. Now he can tell us when Air 1 or K-Love does their weekly. And also, he's actually looking to get a telescope for Christmas. So that's pretty cool. But, of course, this year, for me, as I've planned for Christmas, it's going to be a whole lot different than what I had originally planned. But I'm going to go ahead now. Well, now that that's all of those videos finally taken care of. Let's see. Yeah, there's all the... Well, those were the winter weather advisory expirations from earlier this morning, right as we were getting started here. Okay, now that we've taken care of that business, now let's talk about where the fall taping cycle is going to go from here. So, as I mentioned at the top of the show yesterday, I had completely finished. I had finished up all of the remaining stuff involving Ticket to Ride. So that meaning uploading the remaining 75 episodes of the show to complete the 165 episode order, but there's more coming. So those are just the first 165 episodes that I can do for now. So with that series completed, after I made all the backups and everything, where does the fall taping cycle go from here? And furthermore, I also have some news regarding our New Year's Spectacular and that weekend. I have some news regarding that I would like to bring. So, as I also said, so here's how the rest of the fall taping cycle is going to go. Tomorrow, I will, of course, this is really this is actually pretty much the home stretch of the fall semester. This is the second to last week. The true finals week is next week, the 8th of December. But interestingly enough, my classes are getting their final exams a week earlier than the actual final exam week, which is, well, actually 3 out of the 4, actually 3 of the 4. There's only one, though, and that's the digital media course, and I understand why that is. So, here's the plan for tomorrow. First thing tomorrow morning, I will work on the digital media assignments. There's supposed to be 2 final chapters and discussion questions, and then there's a final project and a discussion. What's kind of stupid about this is that I don't know what the final project is actually about, and I'm only gonna know about it when it actually gets released. Which interestingly enough is like at 12 midnight when I'm in the middle of, raving to Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. And now the card game is on my mind, and now it's being considered to become a series very soon. It really is. It's kind of crazy how I get obsessed with one thing, and then it leads to a new show. Great, another inch of snow, as the thing says. So, well, Weather Channel app, the Windows 11 weather widget thing answered your question. And that's going to add on to the 7 inches that we got as part of that winter storm that came through. But good thing our driveway is all cleared out. At least my father cut the work out for me, which I'm actually glad. He did a lot of it while I was having lunch, and then he had me finish up the rest. That's why the first commercial break went on much longer than I had planned, but yeah. Yep, it's time to get in the groove of winter. It's getting cold, and the Christmas music is on the radio and will remain on the radio until after Christmas, really. Okay, but back to the fall taping cycle. So, I'll work on the digital media stuff tomorrow, first thing. And then once I have that all completed, let's see, there's going to be 4 total shows for me to make up. The Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy episodes in their entirety from when they were supposed to air on Friday night. They aired very early in the morning on Saturday, so I'll take care of those. And then there's 2 episodes of Scrambled Up that will air tomorrow morning. So I will take care of both of those. So I'll take care of the digital media stuff, some of the cloud security stuff, that being the end of course survey and the submission of the capstone presentation slides, after I do final checks and revisions and things like that. And then I will watch those shows, do the cloud security final exam, and then I can cross that course off my list. And then, of course, tomorrow will also be our Minecraft show, as usual. So, of course, 4 p.m. start time there, where we will work with Interstate 289, the next interstate on our list, as we slowly but surely bring this massive behemoth of an interstate project to a close. But we're slowly bringing it to an end here. We're slowly putting the finishing touches. Also that night, of course, will be Name That Tune, The Weakest Link on Fox. Now, I don't know how many more weeks we're going to get of that. Wait, what was that? I don't know what that thing was I just saw. Oh, some easy kit templates. Now, how many more weeks are we supposed to get? How many more weeks are we supposed to get this kind of stuff? I'm gonna change it to 7 p.m. So let's see. So tomorrow is Name That Tune. What about the following Monday, the 8th? And it looks like there's going to be another one after that. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the season finale. What about the Floor 99 to Beat? Yeah. Semi-final showdown. So December 10th then will be the season finale of 99 to Beat. And then 32, of course, and then that night will be the semifinals of the floor. And then, of course, the following Wednesday will be will actually be the true season finale. So that's how much time of the floor we've got left. And I'm guessing it's going to be that week or maybe the following week where, the week of the 15th. that will likely be when 99 to when the floor, Name That Tune, and Weakest Link eventually end up, or a wrap up, I should say, for the holidays. So that's where I believe those shows are. But back to the cycle for a moment. So of course we'll work with 289. We will of course watch The Weakest Link, Name That Tune, Wheel of Fortune that night, and then Tuesday I'll take care of the SciBit, the next of my final exams, that being for my OS Fundamentals course. Following the completion of that, I'll make up the other shows. That being The Perfect Line and Flipside, both what will be from tomorrow night, as well as only one episode of Scrambled Up that morning. So that'll be the only thing. So just 3 shows. Not too bad. Not too shabby, actually. And then after that, I will work on the announcement video. I put together the presentation, everything that I'll be using for it. So I'll spend the next several hours after that putting the announcement video together. Doing all the voice lines and everything, making sure everything's in the correct place and whatnot. So I'll do everything that I can to get that announcement video entirely made, and then it will be done. And then it should be all finished after. And then once that's all done, then it's all done. So then of course I'll go to the final OS Fundamentals lecture, which I assume should take place next week. Assuming the internet doesn't go out at the campus again. Or if Mother Nature decides not to let me. But, oh well. We'll see. And then after that, yeah. And of course Wednesday will be the weeklies. I will attend the cloud security lecture. There's for just one final time. And then after that, we will be interruption free for the remainder of the Wednesdays. For the year, pretty much. So then, of course, we'll do part 1 after Monopoly, go to the cloud security course, come back, do part 2, watch the floor. I'll probably save 99 to beat for the Thursday, which I'll take care of the last of the final exams, do the VGA upgrade in the micro, then watch Flipside, Perfect Line, Scrambled Up, because I'll only take care of one of them on Wednesday, or Flipside. I don't know, I'll think about it. That Wednesday I'll save the other one for Thursday, so I'll take care of the shows, and then that should be the end of the story after, and then that should be the end of the story after that. Then go to the final Network Fundamentals lecture, come back, do Backyard Baseball, and once that's complete or closer to the end, watch the Showcase Beatdown on NVG, which should return. Friday, Fun Night Show, and they'll be back to Net Poker that week. Of course, Saturday, we don't know what the plan is yet. Sunday, we also don't know, but what I do know is that next Sunday is actually when we will return to Minecraft. Well, we will then return to Roblox being on Tuesday. But I forgot about something else about Friday the 5th. That is when I actually plan to start production of Yahtzee. So there's supposed to be 2 Scrambled Ups airing that morning, that day. So I'll watch the first one in the morning live, then afterward start taping the episodes. Now, from what I calculated, only 6 minutes. These episodes are probably only supposed to be 6 minutes long, and it could take half an hour to record an entire, an entire week. So let's say 8:30. So then 9 p.m. would be the first. 9 a.m., 9:30, 10. So it would take me. It would get me through 6 weeks before my lunch break. Then, after 25 words or less, I would start the next one. So that would that would get me through another 6 weeks. So that would bring it up to 60 episodes. So this Friday, we could really hit the jackpot here. And then, in terms of Yahtzee, how far we can already get it to go. But I'm looking to start it at 8 a.m. We'll see how this goes. And then, of course, the Monday the following week, I'll do the final exam for the digital media course. Then catch up on the shows. Maybe do some more Yahtzee episodes if I can. Tuesday will definitely be more Yahtzee shows. Now, Tuesday, I could hit the concluding mark on Tuesday. And then Thursday, I can spend the whole day editing the Yahtzee episodes and rendering them all. And then rendering all of them. So then that would mean Friday, I could finally get them all up. But, of course, I'm not going to be able to upload every episode at once. So I'm probably just only going to upload what I can, or... yeah, I probably just upload whatever episodes I can, and then wait on them till the following day, which I will be at the Lawn of Oaks for. Then when I arrive there, finish uploading the episodes, and then I will begin work on the remaining of the Street View remakes. When those are all finished, all set and done, I will then create the Street View Holiday Special for this year. Yes, then I'll make the Street View Holiday Special for this year, which of course, as always, will feature some of the great, some of the best Street View videos this year, in the theme to a Christmas chiptune again. Now, let's see, we did the Grinch for 23. We did that Christmas theme from that one scenario for last year. This year, we're going to use one of the Christmas themed chiptunes that are in this WPOD Christmas format. And then, of course, I'm hoping to have it all completed by Christmas. And in terms of our live streams, yep, that's going to go on as usual. However, for the Friday show, it's going to be severely reduced. But maybe instead on Monday, instead of taping Yahtzee, I can maybe do some testing of the Big John's games in that Vista virtual machine on my Micro. Just to make sure everything works. So, that way we can still do our Friday extravaganza like we normally do, right? So, we can still do Deal or No Deal. We can still do Set for Life. We can still do Wheel of Fortune. Well, obviously, we can still do Yu-Gi-Oh! I have yet to take that virtual machine with the game already on it onto the Micro. But now that I mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh!, I am excited for these final lectures for specifically the Cybit classes, because I've had those virtual machines on there for the whole 16-week course. And I was thinking, have a piece of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Soundtrack, send them off. I'm going to send them off to the Shadow Realm Yu-Gi-Oh! Style. I was thinking of doing Time to Duel for the first round, because there's a lot of them there. And then for the final round, of course, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Theme song, which is how I've been ending my nights for like 2 straight weeks. Every night for 2 straight weeks except last night, as of how much work I did. But, yeah. So then, of course, there wouldn't be a stream on Wednesday or Thursday of that week because of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And then when I come back home on Christmas Day, I guess we'll be ready to return to normal then. So then Friday the 26th is when I plan to do the hardware upgrades on all my PCs. As I've talked about, the new SSD that I'm looking to get for my main system, as well as more RAM. And a PCIe adapter, so that way I can add more solid state, to make use of those solid state drives that could probably go unused. That have been going unused since I obtained the Micro. And it's best that I obtain the SSD from the XPS machine before I retire it, because there is an SSD inside of there. So I want to make use of that SSD that's inside of that machine, prior to retirement. Yeah, prior to retirement. So yeah, it's going to be different, trust me, but without that, but then again. So anyway, then Friday I'll do the hardware upgrades, and then I'll probably wait till, maybe like Monday, or maybe, Monday, when we don't have any, active live streams and whatnot, where when I upgrade the storage on my main system, put more RAM in there, more RAM going into my old machine, more storage, and then, of course, another drive going to my small form factor, and, pretty much a lot of things, technically. So, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge upgrade, personally. And, of course, Wednesday the 31st will be our New Year's Spectacular, where, of course, we will not only get the last weeklies of the year, but we will also watch The Whole World Ring in 2026. Now, that day, I was thinking, why don't we do something that we have done previously, right? So we're going to bring over the Game of Life and Play 18 from the Saturday time slot, the 3rd. And then Friday, we're going to add Way Sorry and Way Sorry Strategy onto the top of it. Why is that? Because I've been told the 3rd, we're going to be taking the day off so we can spend some time with one of my relatives. The first meetup of the year, actually, only day 3 of the new year. So, as such, I will do what I have been doing before. I'll do the county request video before we head out, and then I'll make the Street View video the day before, and then have that be scheduled. Or I could have it, have that post during the new year and have the polls return the following week. I have not thought about it yet, but then of course later that night, that's when I will officially, perform what I will mention in the announcement video, which I actually will release later this next weekend. I will release that announcement video after it's made. So that is what the plan is as of this moment. And then of course after that, the spring taping cycle will commence. But right now, no new details on it, but once we have the details, of course, I will tell you all further. But alright, that's enough chit-chatter. I need to give my mouth a break here. So we're going to go ahead now and we're going to take our final commercial break here of the evening. And when we come back, the main event, Ticket to Ride. Oh, I still loved the random character. The random character thing for last night. That was so much fun. But anyway, welcome back, everybody. Ticket to Ride is just moments away as we get ready to conclude our Sunday funny game show for this week. Oh boy, we have had a whole lot of fun, haven't we? I was gonna watch this one, wasn't I? I'll just put it to watch later. What is this one?
Hey guys.
What is this guy? Huh. Okay. Very well. Alright. Okay, let's go ahead and start the game. I'm gonna also plug the device into the wall. And let it charge here. Wait, it didn't even bother trying. What the hell? Here, let me see if it's on a different network than the network it should be on. Alright, let's see. Or maybe my main system's not drawing in enough signal strength. Okay. Maybe let's try restarting the entire program, see if that does anything. Alright, let's see if that does anything. Here, let me quickly refresh the list. It's probably not going to do anything. Yeah, it probably isn't. Okay. Alright, then we're going to go ahead and connect it up. We're going to go ahead and just wire it then. So we're just going to go ahead and wire it up then. If that's the only other option we got. But I mean, we're going to get better quality if we just wire it in anyway, so. Alright, let me go ahead and get the let's see here. Yep, go ahead and start. And any moment now, we should see the output of the screen. There we go. Alright. Let me find the iPad thing. There we are. Alright. Let us begin. And I'll go ahead and unmute the... Okay, Okay, what happened to the sound? Isn't there supposed to be sound playing? Huh. Is that general? That's general, so. Okay, there is like no... Oh, there we go. I turned off rotation lock instead of the silence thing. There we go. Now we got sound. Alright. Something not even a little troubleshooting can fix. Alright. Now, we're off and running. The very last thing to take care of tonight before I go rave into Yu-Gi-Oh! And whatever. To conclude this fun weekend. Oh boy, I've enjoyed watching the random character madness and especially Cicero. You know what? I could go ahead and take care of those videos now on another device while while the game's going. So this is of course the first of several games. So Jane won the first game. Let's go ahead and start game number 2. I've decided I'm going to go ahead and take care of the scenarios now while the microphone is turned off. So anyway, here we go. Game number 2. Alright. So, Vanderbot is gonna... Well, no, Jane is gonna take the second game. That was quite a risky gamble. Wait, that didn't work. But anyway. Now, here we go with the third game. There's the routes we're playing. Let's go. game. So let's go ahead and start game number 4 now. And those are the routes we're playing. Let's begin. game number 5 now. Or the next one will be game 5, rather. But anyway, here are the routes we're playing. Let's go. Great, just making videos of a bunch of random clips and things like that. Alright, well, we are PC found inside. Oh gosh. Gosh, I wonder what all this is about. So, I'm not sure what the heck this is about. Is that 23H2 or is that 25? Alright, well, anyway, I believe we have time for one more game here, and then we will wrap this up. Alright, so there's the routes. Let's start. Did this ever say what version of Windows 11 is installed in the installer? Core 2 Duo. Yep. So I know that's going to be 23H2 because that CPU does not have the pop counter SSC 4.2 specifications that are needed for the latest version. Or is that the latest version? I didn't even see the ISO name. Oh, there it is. Windows 11. Oh, so that's 24H2 and Tiny 11. So it was Tiny 11 24H2. So I see. It's Tiny 11 24H2. So it's better optimized for older PCs than Windows. Yeah. So yeah. So I guess maybe that specific Core 2 Duo worked with 24H2. Or was it that it was Tiny 11 and not something else? Large majority of them. Sir Mac. Well, that tells me where that is. Chicago Lake Superior. I built the world's longest model train coach. Oh gosh. Some crazy experiments these people come up with. Intel Sound Evolution. 17 Pro. Less features for more money. Well, that's probably the reason why the iPhone 17 is doing very well in sales. That's probably why the iPhone 17 is doing well in sales, and why the iPhone Air pretty much flopped in the first place. Aside from, well, everything. Now, I believe that is actually that's a different radio station and not the participant itself. So actually, that is what I will accept. However, I will do that after we complete this game here. This is, by the way, the last game we're going to be playing. But if we do have enough time, after we've got about 10 minutes left. And I've already went ahead and reset the station, so we're good to go. So we are good to go with that. So all we just need to do now is finish up Ticket to Ride and all that, and then we will be done. Alright, well, I do not think we're going to get enough time to play this game here because of how much stuff I got to go back on. And I see WHUA has decided to participate now in this spam of, has decided to participate in the unusual, in a time where, you know, they don't normally test. They usually do it automated on Wednesday mornings, like HUA, like CRT does. Well, Vanderpot is going to take the lead away from me with that bonus there. That is the game. And that is it for that. So, I'll go ahead and exit the thing now. Oh, and I gotta disconnect the device now from the charger. Perfect. And I'll just go ahead and plug it into the wall straight away because it's going to need a lot of power tonight. Especially if I want to play around with Yu-Gi-Oh! before I close my eyes tonight and then get scared half to death. Then I get jumped out by the Flood of Realm. That's really the only thing that gets my attention now. That's really that. That's it. Nothing more. Oh, it glitched out. Start over. That was perfect. And all we need from here is the message. That's it. We don't need the headers. We just need the message. That's it.
This is a test. The preceding tones heard were a test of the emergency alert system for the WHUA listening area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested.
Stand by for
Thank
a message
you for your
from the
cooperation.
emergency alert system.
Oh no, that better not be happening again. Because I thought they fixed it because I thought whoever ran that fixed it last week. I thought whoever ran that fixed it last week, but I guess it seems like not. Or maybe, but well, folks, there's only one way to find out. And that is when we get HUA next week. Well, actually, yeah. Well, technically this week when we do it again this Wednesday, when we get all the weeklies again this Wednesday. I'm just making sure that I've already trimmed everything down, removed whatever I needed to remove. So I think we are all set here. Isn't this supposed to be Long Island? I think I forgot about something. I think I forgot about something important. Yeah, I think I forgot about something important, but... And what was that? Yeah, because I believe I said I was going to put the monthlies, I was going to get the monthly tests ready for, next month. But you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take care of it after we go off the air tonight. So after we're done here, that's what I will do. I will take care of just that. So I'll do that before I go on Raven to Yu-Gi-Oh! And everything else. So we're gonna do WMXG tonight. Okay, there we go. I'll pull the clock up on screen. That way I know when it is time here.
No, not ready yet. I'll let you know.
Okay, well, I guess they're not ready for, I guess they're not ready to call it quits yet. Well, that's actually kind of perfect because I want to go ahead and take this opportunity now to talk about what is again to come. So, folks, that is it. That is going to wrap up our show here for tonight. Now, as I said, I have not put everything together yet for the monthlies for next month. That will actually begin in just a matter of hours. In fact, well, 2 hours for the for my specific time zone, but for everywhere else, well, the East Coast, it's only going to be one more hour before it hits December. So that will mean the holiday season will then be officially in full swing. So I'll go through GWES. I can actually pull it up on my other system and take care of it. So I'll take care of the December monthly list before we wrap up here. So. Okay, there we go. We just hit 10 o'clock. Anyway, what did I want? The test page. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Whatever that means. And then I'll throw these in after I get the monthlies in there. And of course I'll look through other dates as well. So I don't know how accurate this information is, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out soon enough how accurate it truly is. Did it already go on my end? Okay, there we go. Okay. And I'll get Cleveland Odyssey going because it's going to be time for that here in a little bit. So with that is it then for us here tonight. Thank you again for joining us here for our Sunday Fun and Games show. We hope you enjoyed it along with the last edition of Roblox. So again, Roblox will return on Tuesday of next week at 4 p.m., the time slot it has always hailed from since the beginning. But we hope you will join us tomorrow night at 4 p.m. Central when we do our next edition of Minecraft, where we will work on Interstate 289. We'll see how long. We'll see what it takes now that we've built out the overpasses and all the other stuff. We'll see how long it takes us to get through that procedure. We'll see what it takes. So with that, that's what we got for you tomorrow. And of course, we got a lot of other excitement coming for you this week too. So you won't want to miss what we've got for you. So again, we hope you'll join us tomorrow for our Minecraft show. But until then, I'm gonna need some rest. Well, I'm gonna get the monthly tests into the documentation, get that document set up and ready, and then I'll probably spend the final hour and 15 minutes of my day raving to Yu-Gi-Oh! So that's what I'm gonna get ready for right now, and then I'll head right off to bed after that. So we'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central for our Minecraft show. We hope you will join us then. But until that time comes, this is Mr. Planfold, or Mr. Plainfield, whatever you want to say. This has been our Minecraft show. Okay, let me try that again. This is Mr. Planfold, You've been watching the Sunday Fun and Games show, and we bid all of you a very pleasant good night.